Hey, good evening, guys. We're back in the shop here for the weekend. Did a little bit of cleaning. I've got still got the 148 I still got to do the alignment on, but kind of a side project here I need to get finished up um, with a 200 amp power supply for my friend Mr. Bus Driver. So, but anyways, um, took the whole bench apart, and that's what kind of started a whole project by itself. But went ahead and did a reset. Not much looks different. Um, yeah, not much looks different, but I did move all of my meters. I moved those all over that direction, so that it makes it easier for me as far as to see my three main meters here and what have you, and to give myself a little bit more working room. So uh, just some of the different things that's been going on. Um, Obviously, you'll see that there's new wood up here for different things. Cut a few things down, made a few things wider, redid my little box here that I use for my uh, general everyday testers, and uh, just made more room for a lot of the little test pieces and things like that I've got. Still not completely done. Still got more to do over here. Just got a couple things set up there, but definitely moving some stuff around to make my life a little bit easier in here. But let's not talk so much about that as the fact that we got a power supply to build. Best part about it, I've got all the holes drilled, so I've got all the noisy stuff done. I've got the hole cut, nice solid meter in there. Um, so we can actually set this off to the side for the moment. We can start. We can actually start wiring this thing. That's the fun part. So let me get this out of the way. So I've got a couple of different power supplies to build. This is the smaller of the power supplies, but this one comes first, and then I'm still waiting on the cabinet for the other one. Customer had specific needs, and that is where we get into that. So I already got these preset. I already did all that yesterday, so we've got it set at 14.52, so that way we can hold a continuous 14.5. So let's see if we can't get this moved around a little bit. You guys can see everything. Hello, squirrel. Happy Easter to you as well. Hope you and your family's doing good. So went ahead and I've actually pre-cut a lot of the wiring and everything for this project. So that'll make my life a lot easier as well. So got me another ashtray here that I dug out. Although I haven't been smoking for well over 3 years, found that these are really handy just for stuff like this right here. When you're stripping wires, it kind of helps reduce the amount of overall trash that winds up on the bench. Hopefully everybody's had the last couple of days. Hopefully everything's been really good and everybody's enjoyed themselves. I've spent most of my time cleaning this weekend. Normally I would have worked this weekend because this is my scheduled weekend, but they offered me the opportunity to take off for the holiday. So yeah, it's giving up money, but at the same time, I need some downtime too. So a lot of wire stripping that's got to go on, obviously, with this project. Let me shut that fan off. Kind of gets a little droning, but I had my fan on for the exhaust. I'm gonna switch to a different type of stripper. So has anybody been talking any good skip or anything? Surprised my old buddy Three Mate hadn't made his way in here yet. $20 if I mention BBI. Well, I have seen those in the past, off and on, which I hadn't really got into working with those a whole lot. But I have seen those. I've seen where BBI did a video. I've seen where Three actually had some of those. And now I had some here about 5 years ago that was in a little 100 amp power supply, and they worked pretty good. Now, sadly, one of the things that I did see about those, though, is that they, after about a year's use, I had them go down on me, which now that could be with anything. But yeah, I haven't actually really messed with those a whole lot. I would like to actually know a little bit more about them as a whole, um, as far as to experiment with them and what have you. But, I did actually, whenever I looked up the video on that, one of the things that I was curious about was, okay, right now I know you can buy new ones, or not, well, you can buy new ones, but you can buy, used ones or refurbished and all this other stuff, which is great. The only problem is being able to have a regular supply of them, that is probably my biggest thing that I'm curious about. Because I've actually been doing a little looking into that, because if I could go back and play with a couple of them like everybody else has, and figure all the ins and outs and all that good stuff, they could be a viable replacement. Um, I know that one of the companies that I looked at, as far as be able to purchase those brand spanking new, which, I mean, if I'm selling something, I kind of like to sell new. I don't like to sell, used equipment for a new price. So it's one of those where I'm trying to find a reputable place where I can get those on a regular basis, before I go too far. That's what's actually stopped me on a couple of different projects that I have looked into. Is, yeah, I can buy them used for this price, or I can buy them refurb. And a lot of times I don't have a problem with refurbished, because I know that they've went back to the factory and they've been gone through. But can I get them regularly? And if so, what is my cost if I have to buy them direct, as far as brand new? These are new supplies for $20 a piece. Yeah, I haven't seen any during any of my searches. I haven't been able to find any of them new for that kind of price. If so, I'd probably buy about 20 or 30 of them at a time, for that kind of money, just to have them on hand. Um, so, um, you know, anybody that's got more information on them, I definitely would be interested in learning more about them. There again, because of the overall cost. So, yeah, like I said, definitely, I am definitely interested. Especially if somebody's got, which I know Luke has got a hack as far as to be able to get them to come up to the 15 volts that's needed, because 12 volts just isn't enough. And if we can get up to the 14.5 or a little over, I'm definitely happy with that. And that's the big thing there, is just, like I said, uh, finding them on a regular everyday basis. So, oh, he has a link in his video. Okay, no, I didn't see that. I think you've got my cell number, Squirrel. Um, if you find that link, or if you've got, because I know he's got a couple different videos out on those. If nothing else, if you would send me that link, that way I can check it out. Because if I can get them, on a regular basis, yeah, I definitely would be interested in uh, looking into it, because that would actually cut the overall cost of building a power supply. That would cut that way down. That would cut it way down. Because I know, as it is, I mean, I looked at an old price list from 2020 till today, and because of the economic times and what have you, to buy the modules like what I've been building with, and all the other fun stuff, you're looking at oh geez, on, like this one here, for example, it went up about $250 on the build, just to cover just to cover the expenses. Um, So I mean, it's crazy, man. Everything's went up except for people's wages. I mean, yeah, my wages have went up because I'm working a better job than what I've been working, but even at that, it's still not enough of an offset. Wow, that's loud. I'm gonna have to turn that down. Okay, that was probably you on that one. Let's turn these notifications down here. That way it's not quite so outlandish. Oh, popcorn. Yeah, that was nice. Yeah, Luke has always done a good job on a lot of these builds. Yeah, I'm more than anything. I'm curious as to you know. There we go. But yeah, I'm assuming. Yeah. I'm like, oh, brain's about half dead today. I've only been up a couple of hours here and got some breakfast in me a while ago. But yeah, I'm kind of interested in trying one of those just to and build it just to run it for a couple of months and see what kind of abuse that they will hold up as far as under long durations. I'm familiar with these, and I know that these typically run for long periods of time with no problem. Well, thank you, James. Let's see here. Do, 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 do. Give me a second here, guys. Where is it at here? Well, I didn't know it was so doggone long ago. don't know why I'm having problems finding somebody here. Well, I guess I'll have to worry about another day. All right. Anyways, let's get back to what I was doing. So this one's getting wired for 110. Oop. Creak of the old seat. Well, hello, Mr. Nobody. Yeah, I wanted to try to actually get started about 2 hours ago before it got too awful late, but between talking with the wife and then the one kiddo, he stopped by and we had a cookout, so I ate some good food and then decided to come in here. I know early he always liked watching me build power supplies. I sent him a message. I don't know if 3 maid's up or not. Sometimes he goes to bed before the chickens do, and then there's other times that he's up till 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. So you never know about 3. Okay. I didn't know I hit the camera, but alrighty then. $360 amps. Yeah, that's a pretty good size one. This one's a 200 amp. The next one I've got to build here in a few weeks. Like I said, right now, ICA is out of the cabinet size that I need. Customer's got a specific size that he needs as far as cabinet wise. He can go taller, but he can't go any wider. So, it was one of those where, because of the way he's got things set up, I tried to find something that was going to work for him and that I could build his supply in. So it's going to be much taller than it is wider, but I think there's enough room that I can make everything happen that he wants done in order to get his 300 amp power supply in there. It's not the normal case that I would normally buy for a 300 amp. Of course, there's a couple, 2 or 3 different options, based on based on size and what somebody wants. But there we go. All righty. So there is that. Now, this is the nice thing, is I've already got most of this, like I said, pre-cut, so it'll make life a little easier. I don't know if I can get by I don't know if I can get by using this one or not for this big wire. I'm going to try it at least once before I, yeah, nope. I figured that was going to be the case. Yeah, the other wire strippers I've got, they only go up to 8 gauge, so they don't really handle this stuff real well. However, I don't know if this one will work. I think it's for something too small. Yeah, it's not going to work either. Yeah, I've got multiple different types of strippers for different things. Sometimes it's just hard to beat a pocket knife. Yeah, I've been hearing some skip rolling in here off and on, but I've just not been able to get into them. So I think it just has to do with my location. I really wish I had my beams fixed. I know that that's what's causing me a lot of my grief as far as being able to really get into uh, talking some serious skip like I was. Kicks and grins. Let's see if we got any skip rolling while we're working here on the bench. No, nothing on 28. And nothing on the bowl. Let's go to our local channel here. There we go. Got a little bit of local talk anyways. I know this is kind of overkill as far as using 8 gauge, but it's what I've got the most of, so I use 8 gauge for a lot of different things. Well, you guys have gotten quiet. There we go. The king's in the house. Yeah. Well, we're here. Glad you could make it. Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear the radio in the background or not with the microphone, because I use one that's right here clipped to my chest. So I don't know what you do hear or don't hear. It's supposed to help cut a lot of the noise down. Yeah, most of the time on my live feeds, a lot of times I do my live feeds a lot later in the evening than I care for. Um, a lot of it's the fact that whenever I get up in the evenings, since I work nights, um, it takes me an hour or two to get functioning. And then by the time I get everything all set up and ready, it's 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night. So a lot of times it's kind of difficult to catch me as far as on a live feed unless you're unless you're a night owl, uh, quite literally. So, but I'm trying to do better as far as on that, at least on my days off. I've been trying to get out here between 8 and 9. Of course, it's not really happened um, per se, but I've been trying. And that's the reason why sometimes I don't have but just a few people that watch the video during that time. Of course, if you're in a different country, it might make it a little easier. Once in a while, I do have some people that pop in from other countries that watch my live feeds. I was hoping my buddy Wayne over in Australia, I was hoping I'd see him pop in there for a while, but all right. Now, that's the worst of it right there. Sorry, guys, I'm going to open up the door for a little bit. It's getting a little warm in here. Squelch that static out. All right. Do, 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 do. good. I can go down one size. Wasn't sure as far as on the connector which size I was going to need on that. When you've got all the insulation on there, sometimes it's difficult to understand which one you need. Yeah, and I'm actually going to be able to put one more in there, which was what I was hoping on. And the reason why I say that is because I've also got a capacitor that's going to go along with all this as well. So let me cut me another piece of wire. Beautiful. Okay, I need to go down. Yeah. Well, I couldn't have got that lucky if I had to. Now that is a familiar sound. That is my wife texting me. Let me get this crimped, and then I need to see what she's got. Nope, my stepdaughter. And my stepmother wishing me a happy Easter. It's already Easter there, but they're a half a day ahead of us, so over halfway around the world. 400 amp. 2-watt cables. Yeah. Well, good evening. How you doing, Chad? Buddy, it has been a while since I've seen you. Happy Easter to you too, my friend. Yeah, I know you've been putting out a ton of videos too, Chad. I try to pop in there when I can and help support you as well. I know you do a lot of videos, and I know you have been cranking out the amps here lately, son. I think everybody else looks like they're standing still compared to what you've been putting out as far as a whole this year. I mean, you have been, Jimmy Christmas. You have been cranking them out. I think that is the same size die. I want to crimp that just a little tighter. Yeah. Yeah, for the most part, I can get by the small one. On occasions, you gotta switch to something a little bit bigger. Ah, okay. So he's got a 4-pill over there for you. Yeah. Yeah, the other one's a little 8-ton. This one is a 16-ton. It's got a few more dies in it. For different sizes. Okay. Grab another connector for the other ones. We're going to have to go a little different route on this one. Well, you're welcome, Chad. I mean, that's what we're all here to do, is support each other. I mean, that's part of it. Like I said, I know you've been, you've been cranking out, you've been cranking them out left and right. And I'm beginning to wonder if you even sleep. You've been putting in so many of them here lately. I guess I'm going to have to order some more 1-aught connectors. I'm out. I've got 2-aught. Those hold themselves in place for a moment. Yeah, speaking of which, I've got another amplifier over here. I need to do a video on it and see if I can't get a hold of the customer. I tried here about 6 months or so ago. I've had this amplifier done for like a year and a half. And I tried to get a hold of him, and the phone number I had was disconnected. And then I wound up, sick and taking treatments and all that other fun stuff. And I've never been able to get back up in touch with him, but I've got his amplifier done, which there wasn't anything wrong with it. It just came in for biasing, and like I said, I didn't plan on getting sick. Of course, nobody does, but just one of those things that happens. So I've been trying to get back a hold of this guy. Since I know this one's going to be a little on the short side, I'm going to take copper wire. I'm going to pull this nice and tight. So once I solder these, I've got crimped and soldered. We won't ever have to worry about it, that's for sure. There we go. Yeah, where one's going to have 4 and the other one's going to have 3. I wanted to make sure that it was going to be nice and tight. Oh, it is the 16 ton. I've got the 8 ton, and then I've got this 16, and it is a beast. But for some of the industrial stuff that I've been doing, thankfully work decided to go ahead and purchase one, so I brought mine back home. But yeah, some of the electrical furnaces that we were working on, they use 4/0 cable to each one of the elements, for these furnaces. So the induction coils inside those furnaces, it produces up to 2,000 degrees Celsius for these furnaces. So they typically link about four of the coils together. And to jump from one coil to the next, we use a 4/0 cable, and it has a inside insulation. Hello, Ruben. It has an inside insulation that is made of silicone, and then they have a fire retardant sheath that goes over top of that, and then another covering that goes over top of that. So we've got 3 types of insulation that we have to cut off in order to go ahead and put our crimp connectors on. Now that is a situation where, because of the amperage at AC voltage and the amount of heat that comes off of that furnace, soldering is not something that's an option. So the only thing that we have is our mechanical connections. And, like I said, inside the internal temperature of those furnaces run at about 2000 degrees Celsius. That is not Fahrenheit, but Celsius, that they use to heat treat the steel tubing before it gets turned into an actual car part. And so, all right, so let's switch dies here. Can't quite get my fingers in there to get that top one out. But yeah, for the most part, the 8-ton works great, and that's pretty much all you'll ever need for most applications. I think this is the right one. Yeah. The one thing I like about the 16-ton over the 12 is the locations for all the dies. They're marked a lot better than what they are for this one. Now switch to a smaller die, that way I can ensure that I've got tight enough crimp for my liking. Tell you what, though, this beats the old days. I'm sure some of you probably remember the days where you kind of had one of those do-all crimpers that you set it down on a nice big flat steel plate or bench. You slip it in there, and it's preloaded on the top with a pin. That you just hammer the living daylights out of it. There's actually a company just up the road that makes car cables, for your cars if you need a specific length. And I've taken this one in there to him and told him, look, you can buy one of these for, under $100. And he keeps insisting, oh, the other one, it does me fine. It does me fine. It's like, well, you're not really getting the crimp that you think you're getting, because he's had a couple of the cables come back, and, he knows that I do that, I do this for a living. So, there we go. Came to work, yeah. Yeah, I've thought about it, Squirrel. Um, I really have, but at the same token, I don't have all the outlets to be able to buy that stuff on a reasonable price. Um, you got to remember when you're dealing with AC, it is really, really hard to get a good price on that stuff. I mean, a really hard time. So I think I'm gonna crimp that one more time too. Because most of that stuff, sadly, some of these builders out here, by the time I buy all the parts, because I would only be buying onesie twosies, you're looking at, my cost is more than what they can sell it to me for, as sad as that sounds. Um, so, unless you're already set up to be an AC builder, it's really, really difficult to, even remotely compete with something like that. I've looked at a few AC boxes, and years ago, I actually messed with a lot of the sweep tubes, because that was real prevalent back in the day, 20, 25, 30 years ago. Um, that stuff was still very prevalent around here. And I gave that up about 15 years ago and got rid of most of what I had available as far as to work on tube type stuff. And, a lot of it's the fact that around here, before I started doing everything live, um, nobody really wanted to pay for it, you know, um, especially whenever you're looking at, just for example, on the sweep tubes, to buy a standard 6LQ6, when you're looking at 100, almost $100 a tube, because, they would sit there and say, oh, but I know I can buy them for $20. I can get this from so-and-so or what have you. And it's like, well, why are you wasting my time if you know where you can get this or get that? So, I finally just got aggravated, and I sold tube testers, transformers. I sold tube sockets, tubes. I had one of those huge tube testers. I mean, when I got out of that part of it, I sold tuners, transformers, everything. The guy filled up the bed of his pickup truck, which I was glad to get the room. But I sold all of that for under $200 just to get it out of my hair. I hate to say that, but but at the same time, I was also looking at going out west to Oregon, which I did wind up going. Wound up coming back in 2009, I think. end of 2009 because of the economy. You know, I was one of them. I went out there. I actually had a really good paying job. I actually enjoyed it, but sadly, uh, the cost of living and then trying to keep my place here was just too much. I just couldn't handle it. So I came back here and settled back in, and then went out west again, uh, back right after my mom had passed away to take care of my biological father for the last couple of years before he passed away. And spend a few time, spend a few moments with him. So there we go. Chamfer that one just a little bit. There we go. I'm sure where Chad has been doing so much of this here lately, as far as between the amps and power supplies, I'm sure he's got this down to a production level. Um, where I do the onesie twosies, I don't do, near enough on a regular basis to start stocking, which I do stock some cabinets. I keep about a dozen or so cabinets on hand, not of the huge expensive ones, like it would take for this, but I do keep, cabinets, especially for the amplifiers, because they're a little less money, whenever you go to buy 8 or 10 or so of those. But yeah, it gets pricey to stock this stuff, guys. I mean, it really does. Yep. Yeah, I didn't even see that, but yeah. But yeah, I actually go ahead and I drill, and that's what you're getting ready to see here in just a second. I already had these pre-drilled. I've got about a dozen of those that's already pre-drilled. But yeah, I go ahead and I pre-drill those. Once they're, hydraulically crimped, I'll go back and I'll solder those in place, just to give it a little more, a little more stability. Yeah. Pick up my phone charger. Make sure my little torch is filled before I get started. This stuff's getting outrageous too. This one wasn't bad. That's the reason why I bought it. I should have bought more. This one was only $3 when I bought it here last year. I went in the other day and they now want $9 a can for this stuff. It's like unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable. You need to come visit me. Well, Ruben, you've been saying that for like 5 years, dude. But I know, you're like me. I mean, I know you don't work, but yet you work more now than what you did when you was working. Um, with different things I know that we've talked about that you're involved in here and there and what have you. You stay busier than a working man just about. So, but yeah, it is very, very difficult. It is something that you have to schedule for sure. I mean, back in the day, it was no big deal. Which, that was a long time ago too. But Yeah, it's very, very difficult. I only get about one weekend off a month. So this weekend or this month, I just so happen I get 2 weekends off, which is awesome. So, come on, baby. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you, Ruben. Yeah, I know you've had a couple of different breaks, and again, that's one of those where I was really hoping. And once my wife gets over here, I am probably going to go ahead and start looking for, even if it's less money, I will probably be looking for a different job that will give me more time off on the weekends. Right now, I kind of need the extra money, with everything that's going on and all the added expenses. So, but it's quite expensive. I mean, to get somebody over here from another country. That's a sign that the tank is full on that one. Good deal. We'll lay that on the concrete, let that concrete suck the heat out of it. Yeah, it's just a little cheap aluminum vise, but one of the nice things about it is you put it on the insulation to hold everything in place, and it does quite well to work as far as to wick away the excess heat, um, away from the insulation, which is what I'm after. So yeah, I haven't used this little torch in a while. I usually use my little red one most of the time, but a really good friend of mine bought me this, because he'd seen me use that little cheap one. He told me I'd like this one a lot better, which it does get a little hotter. Didn't use it for quite a while because the first time that I filled it, it was gone in a day. And I guess I didn't get it sealed or popped just right whenever I'd put gas in it. So this one's probably not going to take much other than smaller. That's all she wants to take. Another piece off because I don't know if I'm going to need it or not. Good evening, Gary. Yeah, so yeah, you're familiar. Yeah, my wife thinks I'm obsessed with work. Um, it's and it's not the fact that I'm obsessed with work. It's the fact that I want to have a decent decent living coming in, and want to be able to have a few of the niceties. But things over in China are much different than they are here in the United States. It's just like she keeps asking me, well, how come I don't take a nap at work during lunchtime? Which that's actually common over there. Um, that is a foreign concept to us over here because I mean we're lucky if we get more than 20, 30 minutes for lunch. Which my job, that's all I get is a 20-minute lunch. So she doesn't quite comprehend, the the American work ethic that we have. And I'm talking about the older generation, not the ones that are 18 to 25 that are just starting into it. Um, I was actually kind of hoping that things would kind of slow down a little bit. I'd like to have a part-time job where I only work 40 hours a week. I don't know. I don't know what that's even like anymore. I haven't seen a 40-hour week in, geez, how many decades now? Ruben, you're on vacation all the time, dude. Don't give me that. It might be a working vacation, but you're always on vacation. That one was pre-bent for a different purpose. I know they put one in there from the factory on the inside here as far as a little point one, but I still like to put those on there just in case. Um, Even with the mean wells, as good as what they are, um, you're still going to have, you're still going to have some economical parts. All right, Squirrel, have a good one, buddy. We'll see you on the next trip. Well, guys, it's definitely going to start getting hairy here real quick once we get all these wires here on these modules. Then we got to set them all in place and get them wired up, or mounted, I should say, and then get everything bolted and wired. And believe it or not, it's actually easier to build a bigger supply than it is the smaller ones. And a lot of it has to do with what it takes in order to go ahead and get everything together. Yeah, sometimes the design of the cabinet dictates how you got to put this thing together. Since the back does not come off, the back is actually one solid piece. Um, yeah, it makes it a little more difficult. Well, good evening time. We see you got a few new ones in. 347 Tennessee. Hello, Dallas. Well, have a good one there, Mr. Nobody. We'll see you on the next live feed. Speaking of which, I have got your radio. I am going to do next weekend. I'm going to finish it up. I've got it cleaned. I've got face back on and all the knobs, and I've let it run off and on a little bit. But I actually stopped to go ahead and build the new wood products that you see here. That way I could change a few things around, and the bench was just a mess. I needed to clean it. Back behind there hadn't been cleaned in a year and a half. So I took everything off, cleaned it, put everything back so that it looked kind of nice there. But hello, Gregory. But yeah, I'm going to actually work and finish up yours this next weekend because it's actually my scheduled weekend off, and I get it as well. So yeah, that's going to be nice to have 2 days, 2 weekends off in a row. I won't know what to think. But anyhow, yep, I'm going to finish yours up and then get started on some of the other projects that I've got going on. Oops. Wow, 10 people at almost midnight. That's actually pretty good. Oh, you just got home? Insomnia and old age. Yeah. Well, mine's called the third shift. Then we got quite a few of them that's on second shift. So, yeah. Yeah, I feel you. Believe me. Little Tennessee Kool-Aid. Yeah, I've been introduced to some of that Tennessee Kool-Aid. Now there was a guy down there that I don't know if the old man is still around or not. He used to go by Beaver. He made some good Tennessee liquor. I will say that. Definitely made some good stuff. I can't believe I don't have any local boys talking. But I'm so rarely out here anymore that it's kind of hard to know what time everybody's even on the radio anymore. Well, the easy part's done. You need another one, huh? I hear you, Dallas. Yeah, I've never been to the Jack Daniel's distillery, but I have drove by it several times. All right. I think those for a bit. Some other stuff here off to the side. All right. Now, since this one's going to go on the end, I actually need to take that capacitor there off. Put that back in there in just a second. Nope, actually I was going to hook that up off of the capacitor. However, I do need to come off of just trying to think as far as how I'm laying those in there as to what's going to be the best. I didn't realize I already set that one up to go off the capacitor, but I do need a couple of leads that I'm going to be coming off of for the LEDs on the front. So I'm going to get these two wired up. We'll get these mounted, and then I'll wire these up one at a time as I set them down in there, because the last one off to the one side is where I'm going to go ahead and pigtail off of it to run the LEDs that are going to be on the front, and to also power the display for the power. But yeah, if I lived that close, Dallas, I'd probably be down there sampling it from time to time myself. All righty. Yeah, Greg, I make those either or. This particular customer wanted his at 110. Um, Now, generally, 200 is about as big as you want to try to go off of a 110. That's pretty much the max. I have had people that have had me do a 250 and run it on 110, and I've even told them, well, you're probably going to kick out the breakers, once you go much above the 200 amps, because you're looking at a 20 amp current draw if you don't have a dedicated 110 circuit for it. But 220, you're like I said, you're pushing it at the 110. If you go 250 and above, it pretty much has to be 220. If you're actually planning on using it for, the full amperage. Dallas had your 2x8 fans replaced, like RC airplane. Yeah, I've seen some of those fans come and go too. Well, I probably wouldn't suggest using jumper cables right to the main, but yeah. Yeah, Dallas, now I just need to get you up here to help me with my antenna. I don't know if that's the fans, Dallas, or if that's the amplifier when it's on, but yeah. Yeah, Chad will get you taken care of on that, buddy. He's good people. I've talked to him several times on the phone, and um, You know, he's one of the few builders out there that I definitely have some good respect for. I've seen him literally bend over backwards in order to help out a customer. Had one in my shop, and I won't go into a whole lot of details, but I called Chad up, told him what was going on, and he said, "Yeah, man." He said, "Do this and that," and he said, you know, you know, he'd take care of it. So I have got to get all these clamps where I made all this wood, because it's a whole lot warmer in here than what it was the other day out in my garage. So I brought all my clamps and stuff in here. So you got the loop situation figured out. Good. Good, good, good. We need to get to the screw drawer. Probably won't need that many of them, but I'll start there. Yeah, this is where it's going to look kind of hairy for a while. Hardest part is getting that first screw started. Or maybe the second. Try to get these all started just right the first time. Makes life so much easier. You go to the next. Not too worried about the AC cords, because those are those are able to be moved around relatively easy. Wish I'd drill these holes a little bit bigger. Just about can't get my screw started through them. Don't have any problems with this one. I may stop for a second and do that. Normally allow myself a little more room, wiggle room than that. Okay. Put that on there. Just kind of keep those out of my way until I get ready for them. Let's see here. Where are we at? Well, I'll take that as a compliment there, Chad, since you're kind of putting me in there. I am glad to see you pop in there. Like I said, I wish I could get in there more whenever you're doing feeds and stuff, but sadly, I'm always at work and I have very few minutes that I can, step away to actually watch anything, you know. Oh my God. Who in the hell is that strange fellow that we call Three Made? Yes, Three, you won. I don't know what you won, but you won. Yep. Not sure what you won, but you won. Yeah, give me a second here, guys. I'm actually stepping out and walking around here to the other section of the building that I've got. I want to grab one more little quick item here, and I'll be right back on the camera feed here. Okay. Yeah, I just forgot that I needed to grab a shunt, or not a shunt, but yeah, some 10 gauge connectors. So, because I'm going to need those here in a minute for the ground. Well, Three Made, what are you doing, buddy? Yes, happy Easter to everybody. Hello, Don. He's wishing he had a good Ford pickup. He does. He won't admit it, but he's a Ford guy from way back when. There's nothing he'd rather do than push a Ford down the highway. They don't call them the economy car of the future for a reason. There we go. We'll put my belly in there. He's a closet Ford lover. Yeah. Exactly. Okay, I'm listening. What's up, Dallas? No, the Ford guys drink the Zima, and they get the back end squatted down. That's funny, Dallas. That is funny. Yeah. Or it's a place to keep your ass warm when you're sitting there waiting for the tow truck. I didn't know Amy was sick. I hope she does get better then. Let's see if we can't get. Not sure on that one here. I'll tighten that up any further. Yeah, this front one didn't feel like it started right, so there we go. And it's a situation you don't want to force it since it is aluminum. You just want to guide it in. Let's see. I hate to hear that, Gary, Greg, that you fell. Yeah, he'd rather be called a Ford lover than a Biden lover. That's for sure. You need to get some for 403, huh? Yeah, we're getting close to getting them all mounted. Still got to put the lugs in the back. I mean, all the basic wiring, but yeah, we've got the worst of it done. Just making up the large cables. That's really about the hardest part of this whole process. Making making the wires look nice and pretty. That's actually pretty easy. And normally I would have flipped these modules around the other direction and put them differently than what I've got right now. But this is a 200 amp, where I want to be able to have it available to where if he needs to convert this at a later date, he can go through and switch all these and then change the end of the power cord, because I'm going to put him a heavy enough cord on there that he's going to be able to run the AC on it or run 220 on it at a later date if he feels that he needs it. So yeah, I definitely hope you get to feeling better. You can definitely count on 3 to lighten the mood. Good deal. message here. Yeah, that's my stepdaughter. Well, good night, Dallas. Have a good one, buddy. And that one's wanting to be a pain. All right. Down to the last one. But before I mount it, I'll make sure, because I need to run 2 small wires up here, because I've got some LEDs that I'm going to actually stick in here, basically just to fill the void, but I want them to actually function, so I'm going to wire those up to where they all come on, and then I need a positive source for the meter itself to power the meter, and then everything else is done off of the shunt. So yeah, sorry, get my old gray hair in there. That's what it turns into when you get old, guys. Oops. Let me get my tape measure so I can find out how much wire we need. Okay. Let's see if we can get caught up here real quick on these. Oh, I didn't know she had a seizure there, 3. You didn't tell me anything, buddy. Yeah, the head's been ugly for a while. Oh, Lord. Lord have mighty. If I didn't know better, I'd swear that was Charles Ray. Sounds like a comment he'd have made. Yes. Speaking of prices going up, you would not think or believe how much that roll of 22 gauge wire wound up costing me just because it's Teflon. Man, the price of this stuff is unreal. I bought 2 rolls of that. I mean, it's not all Teflon. I mean, both of the rolls that I bought was Teflon, but both rolls aren't red. I bought one red and one orange. But Jiminy Christmas. Yeah, yeah. Actually, 3. That's just about it. I think it was $16 on top of that for the shipping. But yeah, $300 for that crazy roll. However, I am looking into it. I have found a supplier for 16 gauge Teflon. If I can get them to get back with me on a quote, I think if I buy 5,000 feet at a time, um, I might be able to get a good enough price on it that I could resale it, in small quantities. And get it to where we've got wire at a reasonable price again. Um, they're supposed to get with me here this next week and send me out some samples and let me try it. It's rated for 200 degrees Celsius, and it is actual silver plated. It's not tin, which some of it is tin and some of it's nickel, some of it's silver. I had her quote me because it wasn't that much more. I mean, it was, but it wasn't um, for the silver. So I'm hoping, I'm really, really hoping that the price on it is good enough. But I have to buy, like I said, I have to buy a pretty good chunk of it. I just don't know if my wallet can handle that kind of a cost up front. Where in the crazy Harry Houdini? There they are. I already got that. I need that for our ground lug, I think. It's either that or I'm going to have to have a 14. I don't remember. And where in the devil did I just lay that down at? See my wire strippers, but I don't see my crimpers. Yeah, I know where I laid them down at. Isn't that just crazy? I know I'm going to have to find them here in a minute. Maybe I put them back in the toolbox and didn't know it. Isn't that the darndest thing? Well, I'm not going to spend all night looking for them. I do know where I've got another pair at. Let me go get them. Just remember where they were. I put them in my back pocket. Yeah, I will, Chad. Like I said, I want to see if they. A lot of it's the shipping cost. That is my biggest. That is my biggest thing right now that I'm battling with them on. Speaking of which, three. You know the 8 amp relays that you like using. Um, the supplier that I use for the other relays, like what I sent you, they actually had the originals on hand and with shipping. And I ordered 100 of them. I mean, I won't go through that many of them probably this year, but the 8 amp relays like this that we've been using for our 1, 2, and 3 pill amplifiers, which I mean, I've used these even in 4 pills and they've ran for years. But these 8 amp relays, $3.85 a piece. Let's see. Yeah, Greg, I understand. That's just like I need. That's just like I need some coax because I need about 150 feet to run out there to my beams, and man, you're looking at $600-700 a roll. Yeah, Chad. I mean, I've used those relays now for 8 years, and I have not had one failure. Unlike the little black 5 amp relays that we used to get, um, and I don't know if that cost would be cheap enough that you'd be interested in any of those or not. I mean, if I'd have bought 300 of them because of the shipping, and I broke the shipping down into it to get them physically to my doorstep, but physically to my doorstep, that was my cost walking in the door. And like I said, I mean, I don't know what you're getting them at, um, but on the wire, like I said, I'm going to try my best. It's just like I said, once she sends me the samples, I'm going to do a burn test on them and wire up an amplifier. I also want to run a magnet across it too. Um, I mean, there's multiple different tests that I'm going to try on it, but if the wire is as good as they say, you know, but the way it is sold, I have to buy a minimum of 21 kilos. Um, that's the absolute minimum. The price break for shipping is at 25 kilos. So at 25 kilos, I can get enough of a price, which now they do have a couple of smaller rolls, which I may be able to buy like a smaller roll of. But if I can get, like I said, if I can get it cheap enough, I may be able to, start cutting some costs down for a couple of different people. The two things, I mean, I know here a few years ago, and that's what started me on, this binge of looking for relays. And I know every one of us have had issues in the past looking for a good, reasonably priced 10 amp relay, and, if you buy these here in the US instead of direct, like I did, of course, you got to buy 3 cases at a time. So, I mean, I'm actually down to where I've only got like, because there's 20 to a box, and there's 20 to a box, and let's see, 20 to a box, 2 boxes in a case, which is 40. So 40, 80, 120. So 120, you have to buy at least 120 of them to get a good price. But you're looking at these are like $4 a piece. As far as a resale on them. But knock on wood, I mean, I've used over 100 of these, and I've not had any problems. And like I said, I know that's something that we've all fought at one point in the past, and where I'd ordered from 3 or 4 different places, and I had the same issues. And I thought, okay, well, it's just the vendor or it's just the brand. And I tried multiple different brands. Well, I finally found one that I've not had any issues with. So that's the reason why I've been using those. Now, most of my amps, what I typically do as far as like on a bass or a 4-pill mobile or anything, usually I use the 3-pole instead of the 2-pole. And the reason why is because a lot of people have been wanting biasing here lately. So I've just been making this kind of a standard that I've been putting in as far as the 3-pole, just so that I can go ahead and wire in a bias, even if they decided later on they send it back, they want bias. I don't have to pull the relay. I can just tap on and use the other pole. So I've been using those, and I've got what I say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 30. I've got about 40 of those left in stock. And then 3, he took all my spares that I had as far as extras for the 30 amp. Yeah, yeah. I've been trying to find like that little 8 amp relay. I've been trying to find that in a 3-pole configuration. I'm gonna talk to the lady. I'm gonna try to talk to the lady next week, in regards to that, and see if I can't have her go through the inventory, because I know they make something similar to that. I mean, I don't know how expensive it would be, but I mean, I'm not trying to get into the whole parts game, but what I am trying to do is find some realistic stuff as far as what I call the consumables that we use every day. The 16 gauge wire. I mean, I've got 18 gauge that I use for, certain things, but I've got probably another 2.5, 3 years worth of supply of uh, of 18 gauge that I have on hand. Do I want to wrap it that way, or do I want to wrap it the other way? Let's go the other way. Yeah, those are pretty realistic size wise, Chad. I got all 3 of them here on hand. I'll show you. All 3 of these are made from the same company. Let's see if we can get something that's not got quite so much glare on it here. Okay, there's the 30 amp. There's that 10 amp 3-pole. Well, you can kind of see. I mean, it's smaller than it looks, but I mean, you've got the addition of the 1 pole that's on there, and I mean that's standard size for the 2-pole. But it's not any it's not any longer, and it's not stupid wide, because I know that's the other thing too, is a lot of those are stupid wide, and it's not any larger width wise than the 30 amp relays. But that's what I've been buying for the replacement. I still have a couple of the NNCs And that's the only, you know, the footprint's exactly the same. The only difference is they are a little bit longer. The tabs are longer, which does make it a little bit easier. Um, you know, but they are just slightly longer or taller. I don't know if that camera's probably too far. And that way you can kind of see the difference. The height is exactly the same, but you can tell that the tabs are a lot longer, you know, which actually makes it a little easier as far as to be able to get in there to make your solder points, especially if you bend your top tabs up. But, you know, like I said, this company I've had really, really, really good luck out of. But, I mean, the last time I priced these, which I mean, we used to get these for like $6, and man, I was using the hell out of them. Uh, but now you're looking at like $13. I think is the cheapest I've been able to find them, and I can get the others. I can get the others and even sell those a little cheaper yet. But once I get everything in, if you want, Chad, I can try to give you a call or send you a message. I think I still have your number. If you're interested, I can go ahead and, you know, once I get that and I can get a quote on it, I can tell you what I can sell them, what my definite cost as far as to be able to sell them back to you for is. The wire, once I get it in, which it's probably going to take another month to get that. But once I get it in, I may go ahead and send you a sample piece to let you build like a small amplifier and to take and, you know, run it through and do some tests yourself and see what else. Because, you know, before I try to sell it to anybody, I'd rather send them out a couple of feet of it and let them see whether or not you know, it can be used. I mean, it is coming from China, but if you know the companies to order from, you can buy high quality. And right now, since my wife is still over there, I can actually get a hold of some of these different companies because they really don't want to talk to anybody unless they can speak Chinese or Mandarin, as it's preferably called. I mean, granted, I speak some, but not enough to hold a full conversation. Still working on that part. Yeah, yeah, a CB Builders co-op would be awesome. You know, I mean, it's you know, it's getting harder and harder to find some of the everyday stuff. I mean, the biggest thing is I mean, our hands are still tied on certain parts, and a lot of it's the fact that, you know, not all of us can buy in large quantities. But if we, you know, if we do get together on a couple of us, anyways, we can break things down and kind of go from there. You know, because I mean, I'd like to have a better price to where I can keep my prices where they're at. I mean, over the years, I mean, all of us, I mean, we've all had to raise our prices, and, you know, trying to trying to stay within a demographic market price. The only way we can do is keep shopping. Now, where is that heat shrink? I need some of that big stuff. It's just like these jewels. I mean, I buy those, 50 or 100 at a time. There it is. Start getting some of this taken care of here real quick while I'm thinking of it. Ouch. Got to go upstairs and get the rest of my heat shrink down from upstairs in my spare room. I've still got stuff up there that I need to get out here in the other building that I use for storage for just radio equipment and repairs. See how much of this big stuff I've still even got left. Put all these 4mm screws up. Now I got that part done. Yeah, I should have put this in and forgot about it. Got to talking and mounting and everything, and this is one of those that would have been a whole lot easier if I'd have done it before I put every one of those modules in there. Yeah, that's where I want to go with the AC, so I want to do that differently. Yeah, Greg, I think it has to come with the fact that, I mean, we've all heard so much, so much hate and discontent in the past, for no apparent reason, you know, and a lot more of us talk than what people realize, and we all get along. I mean, we really do. So, you know, and, and there again, I mean, we all do talk and we all try to help each other, you know. Um, I know last time I was on RF Junk, most everything still says I'm out of this stock or I'm out of stock on that. So it's a little hard. You want to do a 2-pill build off. Yeah, Lord, I haven't done enough of them fast enough here lately that I think the only one that would win out of the three of us that's on here right now would be Chad, because I mean he's the one that's been cranking them out left and right, man. It takes me forever anymore to get a simple 2-pill built. So I don't even know. I don't know that I could even. I don't know if I could even stay up with everybody on that, as far as speed wise. However, speaking of which, in my spare time, I do have two pills ready to go. If anybody's interested, they're HG 2879Cs, no variable. Just your AM on off. But I got two of these ready to actually go. I tried to fit that in between everything else that I've had going on. So, I mean, I don't have a lot pre-built. I've got two of those, and then I do have one with variable. I do not recommend driving the living snot out of it, because the variables will not hold if you're driving it with much more than about 50 watts. Seems like if you put more than about 15, 16 bird in them, you're gonna pay for it. That's the 200 amp shunt. I don't know if I've got the 5/16. I wanted to use the 3/8. I thought those already had 3/8 holes in them. Let's see if I've got any other type of shunts. That's the 100 amp. 1,000 amp. Okay, well, I know these are overkill, but I went and started buying the 3/8 because they cost me the same as the 5/16. I usually use the 5/16 for, 50, 80, 100 amp, 150. But last time I ordered them, it cost me just as much to order the 3/8 as it did the 5/16. So it's like, why bother? Step bits are a wonderful thing. Well, you guys can see what I'm doing here. If I can hit the hole, there we go. Out of practice, guys. Yeah. Yeah, that would be exactly right, Chad. I mean, when you start talking running tests on different things, I mean, everybody's bench is set up just a little different. I mean, we basically all build the same, within certain reasons, anyways. I mean, we all build basically the same. I mean, it's the same type, anyways. We all have our own little special twist on them, but it's essentially all the same. But yeah, I've done the Teflon and bolts years ago, and they are. I mean, it is a little more affordable, but what's nice is the fact that if the paint or the markers or the tags or whatever you put back here, if they come off, it makes it difficult. So, I mean, these are expensive. I'm not going to lie. You're looking at $18 a piece for these. That's the reason why for like the really small, 50 and 100 amp power supplies, I kind of got away from that. You know, if I'm doing a 50 amp, now one of the things that I did come across that's very reasonable for a 50 amp, and they're 5/16, but they're these. If you're doing, 50 or maybe an 80 amp, these are great. I've actually got these on my 50 amp supply. You can still take the nut off. You got your little washer there, but they're color coded. And these are actually, by the time you buy, if you buy stainless, I mean, I don't know who does stainless or zinc or what bolt you use, but if you use like stainless, and by the time you buy the Teflon and everything, it's just as, inexpensive to buy these. But these work great for, like I said, for the small stuff. I keep a couple sets on hand for that, for, like I said, for the really small ones. I've got to do something. Let's start with this. Get these AC wires out of the way. And I'll go back to the DC side. But yeah, on the small ones for your really small supplies, 3 or Chad, if either one of you guys want to get with me on them, I'll be happy to tell you where I got those at, and you can get them shipped to you just within a few days anywhere here in the US. If that's something you're interested in. Like I said, I mean, I wouldn't say that I'd use them on, like I said, ginormous ones, but your small supplies, I think they'll do quite well for that. I'll trim those back a little bit. Like that. So probably number 10. I got another one of those standoffs. Let's check it real quick. We'll make these all look pretty here when we get it all done. And I'm going to have to trim these back a little bit more. Now, technically, this wire is a little heavier than what I need for each module on the AC side, but yeah, I've always went overkill on everything. One left. Get back in here and start watching. Back to the bench, yeah. Yeah, trying to get a true unbiased opinion on something like that would be very, very difficult for any of us, you know. It really and truly it would. It would be kind of nice to know, but at the same time, like I said, Yeah, they're almost all the same, only with a little different twist. I might use, you know, black wire, versus, green or blue or red, on one. I put my, feedbacks. Everybody does their feedbacks different. They're the same damn thing, but everybody does them different. You know, um, sadly, I mean, I do mine different. Sometimes from build to build. Um, I think Chad, I think you're probably one of the few that actually yours stay pretty much the same. You found one method, and I have looked and looked and looked, and I just cannot seem to find a method. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get the other. I'm gonna have to get the hydraulic crimper out for that one. I've tried and tried, and I've just not been able to find. I've not been able to find the one that makes me the happiest. They all look good, but trying to find one that you can cut your physical time down on building, um, that's probably, I'd say that's probably one of the biggest things as far as if you wanted to physically look at one. He hates everyone. Well, at least he's an equal opportunist. He hates everyone the same. Well, self-destructive opened. Yeah, and you'd find that one dumbass that would actually open it up just to see. I think that's the right one. Okay, I'll go one size smaller. I usually got a bad habit of starting out with the smallest die first. So I found I'd rather double crimp them and start with the next size up from what I think I need. Most of the time, I actually wind up a lot better looking crimp. Oh, oh yeah, that ain't going nowhere. Take those burrs off. Put the heat shrink on it. Surprised my wife hasn't texted me and told me, honey, you need to take a nap. Don't make it too tight just yet. This way I can still adjust everything until I get everything just where I want it. I'm cutting that one off. See what I've missed here. What tool do you like there, 3? Or Joker Man? Yeah. That truck getting welded. Damp was strong and never any issues. You don't want to be in the next video. Hmm. Yeah, that's what we all want is graded by Joker Man, right? Speaking of which, I haven't seen any funnies from him in a while. Is that boy still in business? Just got that one wire that just don't like the looks of. There. Now if I can just get one more zip tie in there. Then I'll do a tie back when I'm all finished with the AC. Wow, did I overdo it on the wiring for the AC? Yeah, I can always cut off easier than I can add on. I still got to tighten that one back up. Got to get another bag of zip ties out. Yeah, I bought like 5,000 of these. I thought I bought 500. I thought I had ordered 500 and it was 5,000. So, I mean, I've been using these things for like 8 or 10 years. It's insane. I even sold off a couple of bags of them. It's the reason why you see so many red zip ties in all my videos. Anything that I've had to do, I usually use mostly red. I don't know if it was a mistake that he'd sent me that many. Yeah, yeah, I kind of wondered about that, years ago. How he wound up with so many so fast. I mean, granted, I mean my numbers are still way low, but I know last year I put out almost nothing whenever I was sick too. Coconut case, yeah. Yeah, you're right there. It's to each his own. Well, especially on amps. I think that's probably my biggest thing is it's. I mean, we've all watched the videos and everything else, and it still blows my mind. On some of that, whenever you're looking and you repeatedly make the mistake of calling a 100, a 10 ohm resistor 100 ohm or 100 ohm a 10 ohm, I have my doubts. Well, that ain't a lot shorter, but I don't know if I can cut any more off or not. I'm still trying to keep these all the same. I know I've seen people cut them all to different lengths based on what, what they absolutely have to have. But, I've had good luck doing it this way as far as, keeping all the wires identically the same. I think that's the main reason why I keep doing it. But I've seen it done multiple different ways. I've seen it done where, the wires have been all different random lengths on the AC, which theoretically it shouldn't make that much of a difference. I mean, it really shouldn't. But I just know I've not had any problems as long as I stay that way. I mean, I don't know what your guys' opinion is on that. Try to keep the same equal on the AC and on the DC. I mean, I think it's the most imperative on the DC, but on the AC, I really think you can get by. I think you can get by with a lot more on that. Although I haven't tempted fate. Well, good night, 2-Watt. I didn't even know he was still in there. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of people that consider CB dead, and in some respects it is. I mean, the cell phone, the cell phone has really, really done a number on it, besides the internet. I mean, it all started with, the, free nights and weekends. I mean, I remember all that jazz. And yeah, most of the CBers when I was a young man, once once the cell phones came out and they were somewhat realistic, the biggest thing was they had the nights and weekends, and then you had friends that you thought you had that, well, if you didn't have their number, they didn't call you, and I remember cruising on the strip and the whole 9 yards when the phones were, the thing to have. Sad part of it is it was probably another 5-6 years before I even remotely got into the cell phone era myself, because I just didn't see a need in it. Get these things out of my way. Hey, I can see you guys see me on TV. Yeah, I was too on that chat. I didn't get in there until probably 98, 99, right around the beginning of the um, new millennium. But even at that, on the dial-up, I mean, I was too cheap to pay for it. If it wasn't the free one, I didn't want it, because that was an extra $10 to $20 a month for the dial-up, and it was so damn slow. I just couldn't stand it. I gotta sweep the floor anyways, so we'll just throw them down there. All right, let's get another connector here. Yeah, like a dummy, I put that away. Just tired of so much of that stuff being in my way. At least it's already set up. Okay. Yes, happy Easter again, everybody. All right, Chad, take care, buddy. It's good for you to come out here and visit with us. I'd pop over to your channel, but I'm still live here, so take care, my friend. Yeah, I kind of figured he was out there building just like the rest of us. 3, he's probably still on his phone just watching. I can remember back when I was doing this full time before I went back to work at a normal job. Me and 3, we'd call and we'd talk for 2-3 hours at a time on the phone or video chat, and both of us be out there in the shop working. Those were the good old days. Yeah, maybe one of these days, if I get the house paid off again, I can go back to doing that kind of stuff. Be semi-retired. My wife would like it. She actually retires this year. Or she already thinks I still work. I work too much. Sometimes I think my wife's right. I work too much. See how that's going to lay in there first. Well, that'll work, but I got to turn the shunt around. Where I drilled that one hole out for the stud. Now I got to flip that around. All right, so what have I missed here, guys? Let's get caught up. Okay, now we're on to cigars. You like the sweet ones? Yeah, I knew that. Smoke whatever the gas station has. I remember those days. Yo, Joe cost me a lot here a couple of years ago too. Whenever I did the add-on and poured the concrete out front that I had to do. You know, I actually had to mortgage the house to get some stuff done around here. You know, which that killed me because I hadn't had a house payment in 7 years. But I wanted to get this stuff done so I could enjoy it whenever I retire. And I needed to get it done kind of in a ASAP type situation as far as the concrete, you know, because the way it was, I was having issues with water getting into my building. So I had to get that taken care of. And I thought, well, if I'm doing that, I might as well go ahead and pour the pad and have the add-on to the shop. You know, granted, because the walls are 2 feet thick, I have to go out the door, walk around the corner, and go back into the building. But it's been well worth it. I mean, I've got a lot of stuff out of the house. I've still got a lot more to go. Of course, this summer I'd like to go ahead and have a auction, and I'd like to get rid of a whole bunch of tools that I've got, because I've got welders that I haven't used in forever and a day, air compressor, just things like that. Kind of want to just clean house, if you will. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to tighten that any tighter than that until I get it in there. Well, I know what position that needs to sit in. Well, I can tell you for a Big Mac, medium fries, and a medium drink, it's about $11 in Indiana right now. I do partake in that stuff once in a while, even though I shouldn't. And the only reason I do is because of time. Come on, baby, drop down in place. Only Daddy can see if that's what I want. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the price of eggs is insane. Yeah, Greg, but I bought a new welder. I actually bought a MIG and TIG combo, so that's the reason why I'm wanting to sell my old one. All right, 3. If you're getting out of there, buddy, we'll catch you later. Have a good night, bub. But yeah, the welder, air compressor. I've got 2 air compressors, so that's another one of those that, again, I've got too many of the same things. To be brutally honest with you, and I've, some of which I've bought for multiple reasons, and that's the reason why, I've had them. But yeah, I'm wanting to unload some stuff. Even here in the shop, I've been thinking as far as what I can do to start unloading some of the excess that I've got in here. I mean, I've got some vintage equipment that I really and truly I'm not going to use. I enjoyed it at the time. I still do, but I don't have time for it, to stay up with everything. And some of it, it's just like I've got 2 or 3 Cobra 2000s here. And as soon as I get time to go through them all, I'm going to go through them all and then put them up for sale. That's kind of what I'm wanting to do this summer. That's part of the reason why I'm only taking a few projects on at a time, is because I've got radios, amplifier wise. I mean, I'm going to keep building because I enjoy building. That's just like these power supplies. I love building power supplies. I love building amps. Come on, baby. Yeah. That's going to work out great. But yeah, I've just got too much stuff sitting around that needs to find a new home. Some of it I've bought for different reasons. It's just like, I've still got a soft spot for the Cobra 2000, even though they haven't been made in what, 30, roughly 30 years. A lot of people love them. They're beautiful radios. I've actually got 3 of them. I got one underneath the bench that's been down there for 2 years, covered in dust. And that one I think I'm gonna turn it into a whole different project though. When I get to that. But the other 2, they're pretty well pristine. I know the one is, the one I don't even think he even had the modulation cut on it. That's sitting upstairs. And then the other one's in the other building here, which it's, fairly well regulated. I don't keep it at the same temperature as far as I do in here, but it stays, reasonably constant. Don't get up into the hundreds in there, but it doesn't get down, below about 50 degrees during the winter months either. Let me catch up here. Ta-dum-dum, ta-dum-dum. Here's the room of the chickens. Yeah, I got, like I said, I know I've got a couple of Cobra 2000s. I've got some Uniden Grand XLs. Oh, geez. Trying to think what else. I've got some that I may just sell just strictly for parts. But yeah, I've got a MIG TIG combo that I purchased, and it's just a little portable MIG welder that I've got that I'm wanting to get rid of. But yeah, just miscellaneous. Like I said, I've got I know I've got a 29. What is that? A 2995. But I think the microprocessor's out on it. So I mean, it's pretty much just trash. The amplifier works, but other than that, the radio itself is just pretty much done for. But it's like new. That I took in on trade for a repair. I figured I'd use it for parts because it's hard to get a hold of. But yeah, I mean, I've got a lot of just a lot of miscellaneous stuff that I need to go through that I'm wanting to get rid of. Some of it has been set up what I call old school, like the Uniden Grand XLs. I've got 2 or 3 of those. Um, but I set them up like 20. I set them up almost 20 years ago. I know one of them's got the super slide clarifier and channels, but I want to go through and make sure everything's right before I put those up for sale. Like I said, what else? Like I said, I can't even begin to tell you everything that I've got. But I know with my wife trying to come over here, that's part of the other reason why too. I'm trying to, and she thinks I work too much. And she probably is right, but she's not seeing all the extra expenses that I'm seeing too. Because I mean, she's got things that she wants, to bring with her, and I mean, she makes a living, but she's still only got a certain amount of money that she can, obviously do all this with. That, and I'd like to, because I mean, I know it's going to be almost another year. I mean, I've got to try to take care of things for her and still come up with, hopefully, if I can, before the end of the summer, I'd like to be able to go over and visit her, spend some time with her while we're still battling the time frames of getting her over here and getting green card and all that other good stuff. Sadly, if she was Mexican, she'd already been over here and had the green card and the whole 9 yards. I know that kind of sounds silly, but the fact is what the fact is too. Come on, baby. Just tuck yourself under there, just like so. You too. Come on, girl. Get over. There you go. It's a good little wire. About jumped out of my hide on that one. That was the air compressor I've got that sits up in the attic. It just now kicked on. But yeah, any of you guys, anytime you want to, get a hold of me, you feel free to text me anytime, night or day, and I will get with you during my waking hours. If there's something that you're looking for, there is always the possibility that I have it in stock where I have it. And that's something if you're interested in, and if I have it, that I could go ahead and work on that as far as on my next, for the next project. But now like I said, I've got a couple of small 2-pill amps built that are ready to, ready for shipment at any time. Gotta get some of these tools picked up. I need the double wrench. I wonder if I got some blue zip ties. That I do. Now I've got green, purple. No surprise, I have yellow. Well, I don't see them. Maybe out of the blue. On occasions, I'll buy them if I've got a customer that's wanting something very, very special. I did a Cobra 2000 for a gentleman over there on the West Coast here several years ago, and his favorite color was blue. So whenever I replaced all the zip ties inside of it, I bought specifically blue zip ties for him. But most of the time, I'll try to, I use either what I already have on hand, or if I've got a customer that wants something specific, I'll go ahead and I'll make things happen according to what the customer's looking for. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Really? Well, that is unfortunate, but an easy fix. Ta-da! Okay. Wunderbar. Need one more zip tie to make that thing lay down in there the way I want it. I'll probably fuss with this tomorrow as far as on the wiring and get it a little bit nicer yet. It's the wrong wrench. Little inexpensive set that I bought at Harbor Freight, and does quite well for in here. Don't need all the things that you'd need for a regular car in here, but on occasions, a small little wrench set does wonders. Gives me my wires here for my capacitor. Got our shunt wires. Need to fish those through on the other side here. Okay, now we've got our shunt wires up there. We're just about done with this, guys. We got the worst of it anyways. Let's see, where am I at here? We've got a 1000. Let's see, T-Berry Stalker 9, no. I may have an old T-Berry, but I don't think I've got that one. I've had those before. Johnson Whiteface, nope. Onyx 3300. I know I've got a Connex out there, but I don't know which one it is. Let's see, Browning Golden Eagle. Yeah, I'm not willing to let go of mine yet. The Browning I've got is the Mark IV, the 40 channel. A D104. I've got one that looks like hell, but I've got the old Diamond Eagle, but it looks like hell. You know, I hate to say, but it would only be good for parts. I mean, I know the head's good, but that's about all I could say about it. You need antennas bad. I've got a Wilson 1000 that looks like brand new out there. Let's see. You're ampless. Okay, well, just let me know on that. All right, give me just a second here, fellas. I have got to step around the corner here. Be right back. Alrighty, I am back. So look at the microphone here too, and well, we've been on here for 4.5 hours. I'm gonna need to plug this in for a minute. If I remember right, the way I test fitted this, I'm going to have to turn this screw around in order to get everything to line up properly. Yeah. Okay, so let's take the mic off. A couple of screws for that. Still got to hook up the neutral. That's what that little block that I put in the back down below. That's actually what that's for. Hopefully everybody can still hear me okay. I've got the microphone laying on the desk right at the moment. What kind of 1000 do you need that you're looking for? Oh, you need that 1000. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. The Wilson 1000. The Browning I've got, it's one of those that I've wanted one of those for like 25 years. And, where this one is pristine, uh, I really can't bring myself to let it go. One of the other things too that I've got that I've always wanted since I was a child, and I only need one more piece to complete it. Of course, I also need uh, a knob for it as well, because I've got one of the knobs that there's a piece broke off of it. But I have got something that is very, very unusual to find, which is a Demco satellite. And I'm not even sure if it works, to be honest with you. Supposedly it did. It was one of those, Facebook, you know, this guy knew this guy and says that it works. And I think he did a video for me, but the thing is the microphone amplifier that was supposed to have come with it, he never shipped it. And it was one of those where, by the time I, got back with him, um, he never did. He never did respond to me. I mean, he did ship me what I paid for, but I didn't get all of it, and I don't even think he's on the. I don't even think he's on the radio anymore, or on Facebook or anything. Um, I couldn't even tell you who it is off the top of my head now. That's always the one that's a pain. But it kind of makes me sad. But yeah, I'd like to go through that one of these days and see if it even functions. Of course, I need it like I need a hole in my head too. These are drawn down just enough to start tightening up themselves. That's what's nice about these K-lock nuts. They've got that little star washer that's already pre-built. A lot of times, if they get any kind of a bite, you don't even need a wrench on the other side. I know it's marked with positive, but I still like to always put a red dot on the positive side. Because you're less likely to ever make a mistake if you do that. That's when you know you get a good pair of scissors, when you can do that. Number 8 with another 10. Now I've got some blue heat shrink, but sadly I don't have the right size. Occasions I'll randomly put heat shrink in different places. I've got extra. All right, what have I missed? Okay, yeah, it's not a problem on the Wilson. Yeah, I do. I need to get a lot of things up and finished, but I need to get my tower down so that I can get that antenna off of it and get it repaired. Hello, Russ. Um, yeah, I think the Colossal, is that what I've got? I think I've got one of those as well, but I think it's the 5K instead of the 10K. Yeah, that's actually what I've got right now is the Mr. Coily that I've got up in the air. I've been really pleased with it. I mean, I've still got the other antenna, but I was going through here a couple of years ago. I was going through trying to figure out what was going on, and I bought. I mean, I bought 2 or 3 different types of antennas, um, and wound up with the Mr. Coily that I wound up putting up in the air. So that's what I'm running right now is the Mr. Coily. But so far, the Mr. Coily has been doing me very, very good. Definitely no complaints there. The only complaint that I've got is I probably need to pull the antenna out about another inch to get it little bit more resonant on the frequency that I use. Um, but other than that, I mean, it's still really, really close. But it's going back to trying to be that perfectionist, I guess. But yeah, the Mr. Coily's been an awesome antenna. As far as the Colossal, I mean, it's a good antenna too. Don't get me wrong, but um, I wound up having an issue with the coax length. That was my problem. Um, because it was so grossly miscalculated. But the Colossal 5K, I think all you got to do is just change out the connector because it's the same antenna. Okay. I had this old man that gave me this roll of bell wire probably about 5 years ago, and I'm sitting there thinking to myself, man, what am I ever going to use that for? And lo and behold, I have found more uses for that from adding grounds inside of a radio uh, because it's a nice solid copper core. Let's see if I got too much on there. Force that on there. Yeah, I'm not planning on soldering these because it's just a one capacitor. All it's used for is filtering. It's not really really something that's going to be a heavy drawdown circuit. So I'm not going to solder it. I'm just going to hydraulically crimp these. A V4000. Hmm. Well, that definitely sounds interesting. I'm not real familiar with that antenna. Yep, your antenna and coax is definitely your biggest, your biggest expense as far as to buy good for. No matter what, no matter what you do. Um, because I've wasted plenty of money, believe me. Um, even when I had no money to waste. Um, yeah. I would hate to think what I've wasted money wise just in coax alone. Some of it's my own. Some of it's my own fault, but yeah, it's insane. Sometimes when you crimp these, you wind up with little bitty shards on the side that are like razors. So it's always best to knock those down just a little bit before you put your heat shrink over top of them. Well, you're less likely to see it cause an issue as far as cutting through on it. It is a large capacitor. It's not as large as what people would think. This thing's already charged. Well, most of the way. I know it's charged well enough for me to finish this, anyways. That way I can get this back up here. Over, let's see, over a half wave, over a quarter wave, J pole. Yeah, that definitely sounds like an antenna that I'm kind of interested in learning a little bit about myself now. And the sad part of it is you can spend as much time as I have learned about just doing what I do here with radios and amps, you can spend that much more time just learning about coaxes and antennas. It is crazy what you can learn about antennas. We used to have an old man that lived around here, and that was his big thing. Is, I mean, you know, you could ask him almost anything when it came to antennas, and I mean, he was just obsessed with them. But he was good. You know, sadly, he's no longer with us anymore. But boy, was he smart on antennas. And this was back before the age of all these newfangled meters and all that stuff that has made my life wonderful. You know, because I'll tell you, that's one of my weakest points right there is antennas. Get this seated, and then we'll go and tighten all the connectors for the capacitor there. There we go. But yeah, this is actually kind of a small capacitor. This is only a 26,000 microfarad. So like I said, it's not a huge, you know, it's not a huge capacitor. You know, I use it more for filtering. You know, I mean, it is a buffer, but, you know, it's not meant to sustain everything. Okay. Now that that's tight, now we can tighten these up. There. Well, I want to tighten up the rest of the screws on the bottom because I know I've got one of these that's loose right here, which I left it loose intentionally because I had planned on tapping off of it, and then I decided to go off of the other end to bring my wires around. So let's do that, and then I'm going to get some feet on there. Check the rest of these while I'm at it. Okay. Need 6 feet. And this has been a great little gun. Bought this at Home Depot, little Ryobi. I've used this thing for years. I've actually got two of them. This one, it doesn't hold a charge for very long anymore. And then I bought the kind of the upgraded version. I like this one because it's a little bit slimmer. But when the battery's dead on the other one, if I've got this one charged, at least I've got something to keep going. I can buy an extra battery for the other one, but I just never remembered to do that. I guess I'll keep using it until one of these completely dies. All right. See, I can't put that in until I'm ready to run the cord. That's the last thing I'm going to put in is the cord. I think I used the ground on this one, but I can't remember. I'm actually going to have to pull the book on it to find out. But I'll strip all the wires and get everything else ready to go. Well, where's the other cord? Got a couple of different ones that I pulled out for that. Okay, that one uses the other cord. Start getting some of these tools out of my way. Alrighty. Where are we at here, guys? Yeah, I've actually wanted to try one of those Moxon antennas. I mean, it's kind of in the same realm as a cubicle quad. You know, same basic theory, but the Moxon, I think, is supposed to actually have more gain. Yeah, the Joe guns. I mean, I know a lot of people that's had the 6 element Joes. Nobody that's had anything bigger than that, but you know, anything larger than a 6 element doesn't hold up during the tornadoes either around here. But yeah, the Moxon, I'd actually like to build one of those and put it up. I think it actually would do better. I think it's actually a little wider banded too than the regular cubicle quad. Um, I think it's got a higher gain, you know, depending on whether you put it on, you know, a vertical or a flat, flat side. But yeah, I really would like to try one of those. But tell you what, guys, I know it's been 5 hours. It is 3:30. I normally eat lunch around 2:30. So I am going to stop where we're at for now, go inside and get me some lunch, put everything on charge, and then I'll be back out here and work on this. I'll probably do a final video on this tomorrow whenever I get up, because I'll probably go ahead and finish it up off camera and then get with you guys tomorrow. So, guys, I'll tell you what, it's been a pleasure having each and every one of you out here. You know, it's been great, you know, especially this late at night on an Easter weekend, have this many views and people out here. So, you know, definitely want to say thank you again for everything. And we will catch you. Happy Easter. We will talk at you all tomorrow. Have a great evening, guys. God bless.